have been bringing together the Muslim community to educate on environmental justice, climate justice, and really work with them to create solutions that are aligned with our values. Islam is such a holistic faith. And I think 5 years ago, me and Zainab Kolo, who was my co-founder at the time, she's a Queens resident, I was a Bronx resident. We just noticed that there were a lot of environmental conversations, sustainability conversations happening, but there weren't a lot of Muslims present in those spaces. And as we know it, the Muslim community, especially if we look at it globally, are being highly impacted by the climate crisis, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's parts of Africa, or it's Bangladesh. A lot of Muslim majority countries are being highly impacted by environmental injustice. And so it just felt right for us as a Muslim community to be at the forefront of not just like being given, be experiencing these problems, but actively engaging and creating solutions. We exist in New York. A lot of us here have some sort of, power, whether it's, well, actually, I take that back. But a lot of us have community, and we're able to really mobilize each other to create change. And so we are trying to do that. Currently, we are working at a very exciting project in the South Bronx, at the Al Jannat Islamic Center, where basically we're working to fully climate proof a masjid there, and to work with them to educate on environmental justice and how that is impacting them, locally. And so it's really exciting work. It's because of that I actually created Modify Thrift, which is New York City's first, well, I wouldn't say first, but one of the very first modest fashion thrift stores. And the goal there is really to extend the life cycle of modest fashion. We have a lot of new fashion being created, a lot of it, by these big companies who are trying to cater to the modest fashion girls, the modest fashion women, the modest fashion industry. But a lot of it is not being done in ways that is, that aligns with our values. And so I have always wanted a thrift store. I've always wanted to walk into a store where majority of the clothing that exists at that thrift store are modest clothing, full coverage clothing, abayas, traditional garments. And so I didn't find that, and I wanted to create it. And alhamdulillah, I was able to do so at my dad's longtime Harlem store. He is an entrepreneur, business owner, who's been there for a long time. And so it was the honor of my life to be able to recreate that space into something that really stands for community that has been building there, but also doing it in the most sustainable and community centered way. And so, alhamdulillah, we offer modest fashion, we offer street style, and now we're venturing into designer bags because I know the modest fashion girlies love their designer bags. And so, it's an honor to also be able to provide these really good quality pieces at affordable pricing. And that's it.
Hi everyone, my name is Mahua. I'm the founder of Labyrinth Ave, which is a slow fashion South Asian inspired clothing brand. Bluntly, I think the reason why I started Labyrinth Ave, it was kind of by accident. I wasn't planning to make it a whole business, but growing up in the neighborhood that I did, I grew up with a lot of people that didn't look like me, a lot of white counterparts, a lot of Indian people. But as a Bangladeshi American, I didn't see someone who fully really represented me. And in high school, I didn't feel like I fit into any group. I wasn't American enough, I wasn't Indian, I was just kind of in the middle, but it wasn't an identity back then. And so when I started Labyrinth Ave, it was because it was a fruition of me, first of all, watching Hannah Montana 20th anniversary. I know we all saw that. But on top of that, my grandma, she used to do a lot of sewing growing up, and there was a lot of intricate Bangladeshi style embroidery that she did. It was called nokshikata, which is this like very intricate, like skipping sewing pattern that I saw. So I wanted to bring that into like Indo-Western fashion and like American silhouettes. And this translates into my content creation that I make. Me as also originally a painter, so I painted the mural at Pio Chai, which is a South Asian inspired bubble tea shop in Astoria and Long Island. And I think it's so important to like see yourself in art and the clothing that you wear and the media that you consume. Like growing up, I was born in Queens, I grew up in Long Island. We didn't have Eid off for school. Like we didn't have that until very recently. And also me being a past teacher, I didn't celebrate Eid until maybe like 5 years ago when it was officially like a holiday. And South Asians make up 25% of the world's population, right? Like we make up a huge part of the world's population. on top of that, Muslims, like your intersectional identity, we make up such a big part. And it's just so crazy that like now kind of the world is catching on after so many generations and decades of just us waiting for it. So yeah, bluntly, like I created my clothing brand, started creating content and making art so people felt like it was a mirror into their own lives. Like it's so beautiful when people put on these like intricate I like embroidered shirts and they just feel like they're having a piece of their home in their clothing. And then on top of that, when they walk into like these bubble tea shops with a South Asian beautiful mural where they're wearing like the gold jewelry and like they're wearing the orna and everything, it just you can see the smiles on their faces, especially kids when they walk into these stores. And I think that's just what I want to bring out into the world even more and just like really show the beauty and the power of South Asian culture, Muslim culture, and the religion, and just, shed light on the beauty of it, the power of it, instead of just like the bad that we always see.
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good to see you all. And usually, I'm here for Tarawih and Qiyam, and I'm like, wait, look at the women rallying here, and I see more women come than men. So shout out to all of us for pulling up and for being in this space. It's wonderful to see you all. I think similar to what Mahia was saying, for me, I knew that I wanted to be a social entrepreneur at a very young age. I was the first in my family to go to college. I came into Penn having a full ride and having a full scholarship to go to an Ivy League institution, and was very cognizant of the fact that I am the first in my family to be taking up this kind of space, and I want to make the most advantage of it and take risks when I can't take risks before I have to think about financial stability being a real consideration. And I really believe that Allah, like at the end of the day, like has a bigger plan for all of us, and like having tawakkul in my life has made me feel as if I have no regrets and I've never been rejected or failed in anything because it's always Allah's plan. And I share that to say that my co-founder is also Muslim, and he's a short brown boy. He did a lot of activism work. And when I was 15 or 14 in public school in Long Island, very similar to Mahia, I would look up to these young, ambitious kids and be like, I want to be like them. If they're on CNN and talking about Muslim advocacy work, like what can I do to also be in a place of power to do the similar kind of work, coming from not coming from privilege at the time. And I walk into my Model UN committee at Harvard and I see a short brown boy and I was like, oh, let me go say hi. I know who you are. And it was Ziad, and I said hi to him. We compete for 3 days, and at the end of that conference, I get first place, he gets second. And then he's like, "Thank." It is the only thing I can hold over him, so I will take the credit. Thank you so much. But I meet him for 3 days, and he's just like, "What do you want to do this summer? Do you want to work on the Hill? Do you want to work for MPAC?" And I was like, "Brother, I literally just got here. I have no idea what I'm gonna do." And at Penn, it was a school that had a incredible pipeline for finance and consulting. So everyone was talking about McKinsey and Goldman Sachs, and I was like, I don't even know who that is. Like, who is she? And I was like, you know what, freshman year, like your internship does not matter. And I was like, clearly this kid is smart and ambitious and capable. I might as well try it. And if it doesn't work, like who cares? It doesn't sound like he's gonna do it either. We just want to do something freshman year. And like subhanAllah, like it's very unheard of and uncommon for this to happen. But my freshman year, we got a New York Times feature in print and digital about the work that we were doing. Again, like a freelance editor and a writer just like pitched it to the Times and they said yes. But I really believe that at that time we were very early in the marketing space and in the Gen Z space. People thought young people were millennials. When I first met him, I have text saying like, what the heck is Gen Z marketing? Aren't we millennials?" And he was like, "No, girl, we're Gen Z." And I was like, "Okay, okay." But I had no understanding of what marketing was, what brand storytelling was. I thought I was going to work at the UN for the longest time and very quickly realized it was very bureaucratic. And for the work that I wanted to do, I needed to feel like I could immediately change things. So very quickly wanted to pivot into social entrepreneurship, wanted to start a business when I came into college, but I had no intention of building it in the marketing or brand work space. And I think as time has gone on, we just turned 10 in February. We celebrated 2 years of our acquisition in this March. So alhamdulillah, we've been very, very, very blessed. But I think as time has gone on, I've interrogated a lot about what impact and purpose and meaning looks like. And at the time, early on, like there's like 50-year-old white men that claim to be youth experts. And our value proposition was built on the fact that everyone on my team is 30 or younger and speaks to culture on social, on digital, on TikTok, because these are the young people that are pioneering trends on these platforms that other generations adopt. So we got very lucky that we started so early and we're able to translate this kind of work for brands, for creators, for Gen Zers that wanted to be in the content realm. But
I would say it was all like Allah's doing that I like saw this kid on a TV screen over a decade ago, and I was like, one day we're gonna meet, we're gonna probably be in similar rooms, and then I went on to make a business with him, but it was not my idea, and I have my own qualms with marketing, but I feel very lucky and very privileged and grateful to do this work, and I think similar to everyone else, like found this space where like no one that looked like me really got a seat at the table, so I feel very grateful to be a progressive Muslim South Asian person in a lot of rooms where we're the only ones there. Yeah.
All right. Well, mashallah to our panelists. We already heard so much, and I can't wait to see what your responses will be to the next questions. So, you're all clearly Muslim women who are visibly excelling in building, in fashion, in community, and in business. What does it mean to show up as your full self uh, in a space that wasn't built for you, on a path that you had to curate yourself?
Hello. Also, I'm embarrassed. I didn't know we had to take off our shoes, and I'm wearing cat socks today, so don't look at that. But as the eldest daughter of my household, I was very rebellious, and I knew from a very young age that when I want to do something, I'm not going to necessarily ask for permission. As long as I'm not hurting anyone, I'm gonna still do it, right? And I think that has brought me this far in my life because I realized that, and I also read this in a book called A 4 Hour Work Week. Essentially, you're not supposed to ask for permission as long as you're not hurting anyone. You're supposed to ask for forgiveness later on, especially when you feel like you have purpose and you have reason for why you're doing something. So I feel like the world, and this is true, the world is not made for women, especially women who want to be bold and take up space. And I think with all the fire that I had in me from such a young age of wanting to do something with my life and wanting to do more than what I feel like society has had out for me, especially someone breaking traditional norms and being from a Bangladeshi American immigrant family, I knew that I had to have so much faith in myself where regardless of what anyone else thought of me, it would not matter because I had that power to do it myself regardless. So obviously in the beginning of me navigating the space, I used to be a teacher back in the day. I got my master's in teaching, and me pivoting to art, design, creating my own business and social media, it was very terrifying. You know, my parents didn't believe in me. I barely even believed in myself, and it was not a stable career at all, especially living alone. Um, but I knew that I had to just work those multiple jobs, have faith in myself, and if no one wanted to give me that credit or believe in me, I still had to like walk every single day, wake up every single day and believe in myself. And there's a lot of people pleasing that you have to get over. There's a lot of like self doubt that you have to get over, especially when you don't have like mentors helping you out, especially when there isn't representation in the first place. There isn't that many people doing what you want to do. And I think over time, once you get over that people pleasing need that you have, or the lack of, or the imposter syndrome that you have, you start feeling a lot more confident. You have more like pip in your step, you know? And I think right now I'm just more unapologetically myself. And I'm at a point now where if someone doesn't want to believe in me or if they don't support me right away, it's I'm not gonna like prove them wrong just to prove them wrong, but I just know that that's going to fuel my fire, you know. And you know, this takes years in the process. It's not gonna happen right away, but I think it's really important that you keep going on your journey, especially when you feel like you have purpose and you have that like north star guiding you, and just like prove everyone wrong, you know. Yeah.
Can I have a repeat of the question?
The question? Yeah. So, uh, you are building in your industry. Talk to us more about what it feels like to be genuinely and authentically you, and to show up in the space that you're in, even though that space didn't necessarily invite you.
Yeah, so with Faithfully Sustainable, when we started 5 years ago, it was a very like whitewashed space, and it didn't make sense to me because I'm like, well, we're the ones who, like we're experiencing the challenges. Like, why are we not a part of the panels? Like, why are we not the ones that are being listened to? Why is it that we're the ones being spoken to? And why is it that we're not the ones who are resourced to solve our problems? Why do they feel like they're the ones who have to come into our communities and do it for us? And so, it was a lot of that, and then there was also like the work that had to happen within Muslim communities where it's like we have so many khutbas that talk about marriage, which is really important. But it's also like we're in a climate crisis, guys. Like, why aren't we having many khutbas on environmental justice and how the Prophet, peace be upon him, was an environmentalist? Like no one knows the Prophet was a tree hugger. We should know that. Like, we should know that, and we should enjoy nature a lot more. But it goes beyond that. Like, there's so much food insecurity. There's so much, there's an increase in heat. Like, there is a lot of pollution, especially if you live in the Bronx. Like, there are so many real issues that are happening to our communities, but people don't exactly know why it's happening to them. They know it's happening to them, of course, and they're experiencing it, but like they're not really being educated directly from their own community members about why things are happening to them and how can we be a part of the solution. And so for me, it just became even more important to play an active role in that, because that's just the kind of person I am. I feel like as a Muslim community, we're taught that if you learn about something in Islam and that you should do it, you should act on it. And I feel like this is just one of the things that we all have to collectively act on. And so that's kind of like what I try to do as an environmental justice advocate within Faithfully Sustainable. And then I kind of took it a step further, right? Where it's like my whole belief, right? I'm very much a social entrepreneur. And my thing is like our communities really need economic power. If we are going to create change and bring solutions to our communities, to ourselves, we need to be able to stand on our own feet. And there isn't a lot of institutional economic power within the Muslim community, especially within Black Muslims, to be able to solve our own problems. But where I am in the South Bronx, right, whether it's Masjid Siddiqui, which some of you might not even know of, but you should know because it is one of the most powerful masjids in all of New York. Where there is Interval, there's so many masjids out there within Black neighborhoods that have been building community, doing real work every single day. But these communities are not really resourced to do other things, right? Or to be able to further their services or support the staff that's there. And so part of what I'm trying to do is again to just like, figure out how to mobilize more people to create changes that are really like happening to our communities. And then with Modify Thrift, I took it a step further where it's like I wanted to create an environmental justice solution while at the same time creating economic power for myself, for my family, and inshallah long term for my community. Because the goal with the thrift shop is to eventually be able to empower to employ asylum seekers and refugees so that we can be the ones who are running these thrift stores. There are many models like this that do exist, but a lot of them, again, like are not within the modest fashion industry. And so it feels very special to be in this kind of like intersection as an environmentalist, as a social entrepreneur, to create a project that ultimately is meant to really like not just do environmental good, but also to provide economic power and support to people who need it.
Okay, I think I remember the question. Okay, how do you show up as yourself, like fully yourself, right? So, something that I live by, funny story, I wrote this on my wall. My mom was like, "Why?" I have to wake up and look at this every single day. Allah will not plant a desire in your heart without also creating this path. So I have to tell myself that all the time. If there's something that you feel like you have to do, go do it. Go follow. Like obviously, pray istikhara. Make sure, like she said, it's not hurting anyone, but definitely go do it because a lot of the times these rooms aren't built for us. No matter what, it's gonna be a fight every single day. But you are meant to do that. And something that I live by is, Alhamdulillah, we're Muslim. So we have the Quran, we have the Sunnah, we have things that give us these foundations and these values that make us better people. Well, let me not say that. Alhamdulillah. Let me not say that. But like we have these things that are instilled in us to make us good people. So if we are in these places of power, we can do amazing. So I show up fully as myself with knowing that Allah got me no matter what. whatever I'm doing is pleasing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that's all that matters. If He's pleased with me, then I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna do my best, and whatever happens after that is qadr. So I always tell myself, Allah wouldn't have placed me in this room for no reason. If I'm here, it's for a reason. If Allah wanted me to do this, it's for a reason. There will never be anything where I'm in the wrong room. Even if it's something where it's like, I probably shouldn't have. That was your qadr, that was your destiny, that was your decree. So how can we move on from here? How can we do better? So I think that's something that's really important to me, because sometimes we get into rooms and we feel scared. We're like, oh my God, I'm the only one that looks like this, or nobody else in this room understands me, or I feel like an imposter, which is something that all of us go through. But once you sit there and you start speaking, and you're like, we're not better than each other in here. We're all human beings. We all have the capabilities. That's why we're all in these rooms. And it just fuels you to want to do more. No matter what, just know that Allah has you. This is your qadr. You were meant to be in this room. So showing up as yourself is fully important, because nobody else will be you, and that's your superpower. So yeah.
Mic drop for sure. I was like snapping along to everything you said. I think the one thing about us as Muslims is that there, in our faith and our tradition, there are specific markers of our identity that make us different than other people around us. Whether it's the hijab, whether it's eating halal, whether it's the way that we dress, the way that we break our routine 5 times a day to pray. Allah has intentionally made our lives different than those around us. And when people ask me, like, what is it that you want to do? Like, the work that I want to do is I want the average American to have a Muslim friend. That even if you chose to vote differently or have different views on what's happening in the Middle East, at least you can say, oh, my next door neighbor who's Muslim makes fire biryani. Or have your actual local neighbors know you better. And I think the onus on us as Muslims is that our tradition teaches us to respect, to care, and to love your neighbor. Before you will not enter the gates of paradise unless you love your neighbor. And I say all of that to say that in my life, I have not been someone that like rejected or faith or went through a rebellious phase. I was a good soldier. My mom told me to pray, I prayed. When people met me, I would correct them on how to say my name properly. When our company got acquired on March 1st of 2024, every Ramadan for the past 6 years since I graduated 5 years ago, every year we would do an interfaith iftar with business executives, creators, and industry leaders. And I got acquired on March 1st, and I was like, okay, Ramadan starts in 2 weeks. Like, I'm Muslim. I need a prayer rug, and I need to do an iftar. We called the Adhan in the office of UTA. We've done 3 iftars at a largely Jewish organization. And I say that all to say, like, it's very kind of you all to clap, but like, I'm someone that's respected there and has agency there. But there's one wellness room, and I have to pray at my desk. And I'm comfortable enough in my work to do that externally facing. But for some of us, we might not be comfortable to do that, to pray in public, and you have your own relationship to Allah. I have no idea how close anyone is to God. That's between you and your creator and our creator. But I say all of that to say that it's really important for us, even if you have your own personal prerogative and personal comfortability with your faith, to be excellent examples of democratizing access to our faith. There are non-Muslim friends of mine that fasted with me during Ramadan for my iftars, came and fasted in tradition. Zahran, Mayor Muhammad Mamdani had his creator iftar, and I got to send some creators over there. My non-Muslim creator friends fasted with me and came to that. And I think our faith is rooted in community, in ummah, in the sense that regardless of your race, your creed, your socioeconomic status, you are welcome to come and pray next to us. So Imam Khalid talks about this in his lectures, that when you're sitting next to someone, say salams. Rana said this in her remarks. Introduce yourself to the person next to you and come and talk to us, of course, as well. But I think particularly for people that are not Muslim, it's incredibly important for us to make our faith accessible to them and to act in the tradition of the Prophet ﷺ, because we should want to be better. Even if we're not there, we should want to be better, irrespective of who's next to us. And I think we're very lucky to have a faith that so holistically gives us this roadmap to how to carry ourselves. And capitalism, this world, it's no King's protest today. There's a war in Iran. Children are dying in Gaza. There's so much devastation. So I have to go to sleep asking myself, do I have a clear conscience? And my faith provides me that moral compass to do that. More people should feel that light, and our faith provides that for us. So if we can be a vehicle to change someone's mind, to have them love biryani, but also maybe love Ramadan because they came and got to experience it with us, what a blessing, for us to be a small part of that. So I think irrespective of your personal journey, remembering that there's something that we could perhaps tell our neighbors, those that are not Muslim, is an important facet for us to have as Muslims that want to be better and leave this world, inshallah, a little bit better than we found it.
That was so good.
Guys, let's just take a moment. I mean, does anyone agree with me here that when people take their success stories and they tie it into the dean, doesn't it pierce your heart? Isn't it refreshing to hear? And I just wanted to point that out. So I'm going to piggyback off of what you just said, Shayna, and I'll direct this question to you. You've moved through big institutional spaces, from startups, acquisitions, and now UTA. Take us through your journey of building power inside of these institutions and tell us, did you have to compromise yourself or your identity at all through that journey? And what parts of yourself did you have to hold on to when you were doing your startup?
I love this question. And I know I said this a little bit earlier that I don't think I've ever had to compromise my morals or who I am, and I view every marker of my identity to be something that has allowed me to be successful. What I will say is, as someone who didn't come from financial socioeconomic privilege, I've learned a lot of how to code switch. You know, there's a way that business nomenclature works. Like, where do you summer? What schools did you go to? Like, my so and so went to X private institution, and now I've like got the Rolodex in my mind. I've heard it enough to be able to attune myself in those spaces. But my mom will always be like, don't tell people that you like, for first gen or like that you're low income. Like, I don't like classic low in or the, like, what will people say? And I've never felt that that's been something that I have shied away from. I've been very honest about having to work hard and being where I am. And particularly because when I come across other people from similar backgrounds to mine, it's like refreshing to say, like, no, you belong as well. You can take up space. You deserve to be here. I think the part of being in institutions that I grapple a lot with is that in the business world, you have to make the business case for doing the right thing. That you, if you want to do the ethical thing, or if you want to not have a greenwashing campaign or talk about sustainability, like, what does it mean for your bottom line? And one of my professors in college, I wrote my thesis on ESG governance using um, Uyghur labor as a case study. I basically asked consumers whether or not they would change their behavior if they knew a company was infracting on human rights. And one of my professors said to me, it's great that you care about corporate social responsibility and ethics, but at the end of the day, in a business construct, companies have to care about their P&L. And I think the thing that I always grapple with constantly is like, what is my measurement of impact and what does it look like to give back in the capacity that I have? And what I will say about marketing is that it's most CMOs are white women. And most of the time, when you look at the brand and marketing world, very few people that look like us or think like us are reflected in that work. And after October 7th, the biggest change that I had in the way that I view all of our agency and our work is that yes, we need doctors, lawyers, and engineers and people that are going to do great work, but it is a place of privilege for us that have now been other generations of Muslims in this country to build industry. We've never had the opportunity to take risks or to be entrepreneurs, to be founders, to be external facing, public facing figures, as important as it is for us to be behind the scenes, because we don't get to occupy space in that way. And I feel very lucky that the generations of Muslims, of immigrants, of people of color that have really made the way for me to have this kind of outspokenness is because of their work. So as I look ahead to what's happening in the world or in my own capacity of work, I'm very cognizant of the privileges that we've been afforded. But I think it also begs the question of like, if we are people that have belief, I was listening to a lecture and someone was like, Ramadan is an example of proving like what is impossible is possible. And if we are people like fundamentally having belief is something that is so counterintuitive in the world, in the modern world, in modern society today, if I believe that to be true, like I think we should all carry ourselves with this greater belief that if I'm really passionate about something, I should pursue it. Yes, my actual day job matters. Yes, I have to put food on the table. But I think if we were able to afford ourselves the ability to believe in Allah, to believe in our deen, and to also believe in our own capacity, we would see more Muslims that are outwardly presenting in media, in entertainment, in gaming, in sports, and all these other fields that so often I'm coming across one or two people, but I believe people in this room have the capacity to be in those rooms as well. So I think that's how I would answer your question.
Very nice. So I'm going to direct the next question to Kajatu. So modified thrift sits at the intersection of modest fashion, economic and environmental justice, and opportunity for immigrants and asylum refugees. How do you hold all of that pressure at once? And how did you know that you can be a vessel to that kind of change through Modify Thrift?
It's a really good question. So I would say all of it kind of goes back to my dad. So like I started my environmental justice org right after I graduated college, and right before I did the thrift store, I actually spent maybe around like 6 months just like being at my dad's store, and kind of just like watching him as he worked, talking to the community, kind of like really being present with him because my experience growing up, he was kind of like always, he was always at work, right? And I used to come as a child, of course, and like be there, but like it was never that amount of time. And so I think it was during that time that like I've had this idea of like doing a thrift store a long time ago, but it was then that I decided that okay, like I was actually going to take this next step, to do something like that. And during my time there, it was also a time where like we had a lot of asylum seekers come into New York City. And so just imagine my dad's store as like a regular Harlem t-shirt shop, like we call it the African Dad Store. But it was more of a community center than a business because on a given day, like 3 times a day, this man would like make space, where basically he would bring out the food that my mom made him and basically share with up to like 10 to 15 people on a daily basis. He would share his food with them. In Ramadan, like everybody would break their fast there. And so it was this kind of like, business that was more of a community space for asylum seekers, and immigrant communities. And I thought that was really beautiful. Like, of course, it didn't work business wise, and I was like, what are you doing? Like, are you here to sell or are you here to feed people? But like, I understood intrinsically like why he did it, and the more I spoke to him, I understood that he was helped once, right? And so for him, it just made sense to do that. And then I would also watch how he interacted with like the homeless community that was there. And I used to say, like, and me and my siblings were like, our dad gives more than he makes at this shop. Like, this is not making sense. Like, why are you open? But like every single person, most of the homeless community that would come on a daily basis, it's the same like 6 people that he sees every day. They would all come for their daily dollar. And I was like, wow, like this is actually like really interesting. And so it was so special for me as his child to kind of witness him live out his Muslim values. Because to be a business owner in Harlem, sorry. This is why I don't like talking about him. We don't get along, but I love him. Sorry, we do get along. But basically, it's like, watching somebody who's running a business that is no longer profitable, right? Because we have just so many issues selling, having a mom and pop store. But despite not having much of anything, and despite being in a business where he was literally losing profit, he still made sure to give those daily dollars that he could. He still made sure to share his food and he would not eat alone. And then I also witnessed, every single time it was time to pray, my dad would get up and pray at the right time. Every single Jummah, he would close his shop and go to pray. And so it was so nice to learn about how to be a Muslim directly from your dad through action and not through words, because that was always how it was as well. Like he never spoke to us as much, and I wish he had, but like it was always something that we learned in action. And so I think because of that, I have always wanted to do a project like I am doing, and it makes sense as to why I am who I am, right? Number one, the business aspect I got from him. But then when it comes to the asylum seekers and creating a business that ultimately the goal is to employ asylum seekers and refugees and immigrant communities to run thrift stores that represent us, right? That represent us in our fashion, in our culture. It's exciting to build something like that because it just makes sense, because it's who I am, because it's what I've been raised in. But also it's because it's what's needed. There's so much fashion out there. There's so much modest fashion being created, whether it is to tailor to the needs of the modest fashion consumers. The brands are picking up, like they know we exist, and they're coming for us, right, to try and get our money. But also we have other modest brands, right, who are amazing and have been creating amazing pieces, but there's not enough outlets, right, of thinking about what happens once that garment is created. What happens to the end of that garment, right? How do we make sure that these garments are not ending up in landfills and are, being circulated back into community? Because most of the time we wear one outfit and then we kind of just throw it away. But anyways, I will stick to that because we are very short on time.
All right. So our next question is for Mahawa. With Hijabi's Meet, it's built on the idea that sisterhood and community is a form of power. How do you sustain that power and uplift these people through sisterhood while the world outside is so heavy?
That's a really good question. I would say, first and foremost, may Allah make it easy because we witness so much going on in the world today. It is extremely hard on top of your personal problems. We know about the political climate of the world. May Allah free Gaza, Sudan, Congo, Iran, Amin, and make it easy. But when I think about Hijabi's Meet being power, right? I look at every single woman that comes into our events and say, okay, you have a story, you've gone through something, whether like even if you're not going through something currently, you have a story, you have something that's making you who you are today, right? So when you come in here, leave that all outside. Come in and find a sister, find someone that might resonate with you and speak to them because you never know. And I think it's something where I try to make it very Islam based because at the end of the day, we all know we have Allah. And may Allah only increase us in love for Him and His love for us. I mean, but I think it's something where you come in, and I want to remind you that you have Allah. No matter what, if you're going through something, Allah will not burden you with more than you can bear. So when you come and you're reminded that, okay, I can go home and I can go cry on my prayer mat, I can go into Jude and cry on my prayer mat about this thing, you also know that you have sisters that support you. So I think that collective care aspect is just very, very important because when it's a room of us, they can't say no to all of us. They can't, if you have someone where you're like, I'm going through this thing and they might have gone through it too, or they can help you or help direct you to someone that can help you, it makes it that much easier. Because when we come together, we are very powerful. We've seen it. We've done things where, as a community, where it's helped us so much or it's helped others so much. So I think it's something where you come in and you know, okay, Allah is first going to be our helper, inshallah. And then we're also going to help one another. So I think that's just power in itself because, I always say it's very oriful to have a personal connection with your Lord. There's so many other, like, I don't want to be controversial. There's so many other like religions and stuff where like you can't go directly to your Lord. But we have a direct connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that's something that's so important. And I saw a TikTok about this actually. And it said, okay, imagine you wanted to work at a company really, really bad, right? And you realize the founder of that company was someone you went to high school with. You'd go talk to them, you'd call them up, and now you got the job. And let's say there's a promotion that's coming up. You call them, oh, I want to get this promotion. You got the promotion. Anything that you need within that company, you get it because you have a connection to the one who found the company. I obviously you can't compare anything to Allah, but I look at that like our relationship with Allah, you have a direct connection to the one who makes everything happen, no matter what, whether it's the evil, well, not the evil, whether it's like the good, everything is qadr. So, like, whatever is going on, you have a direct connection, even if it feels so outlandish. It sounds so, wow, how am I going to do this? Allah is going to make it happen for you. So, that's something I would say. That's why I think Hijabi's Meet is built off of power because we remind you that you have a relationship with Allah and then tie your camel.
Inshallah, thank you. So our last question is going to be for Mahua. Your work beautifully mixes narrative, culture, and self-determination. How do you use storytelling as a tool for economic empowerment? And what does it take to build something that resonates with your people and sustains your craft?
That's a great question. So as I mentioned before, when I created Labyrinth Ave, and also when I started creating content, it was kind of by accident, especially when I started posting videos around the pandemic. it was kind of just for me. It was a visual diary of my journey, of my struggles, of being a South Asian woman, growing up with all these like taboo and cultural norms that I didn't really fit into. It was also me just talking about being the eldest daughter, and it wasn't meant to be like dissected and seen by everyone in the world. But after some time, I realized that many of the experiences that I was going through is very universal, and a lot of women had very shared experiences of, you know, growing up in an immigrant family, or wanting to move out but not knowing how to because they're not married yet, or wanting to not be married and have a great successful career, but their culture or their parents or whatever the outside expectations are stopping them. So once I started seeing more people talking about this and seeing people connecting with my content through all the storytelling and personal vulnerable journeys that I was posting, it just made me realize that this is such a big phenomenon in our community and it's just not talked about enough. And so many women want to do more, so many women want to do more, but there just aren't enough resources to bring them to the point that they want to go in. And I think specifically from just being so vulnerable and just being so personal with my storytelling, it made me create an avenue of just helping other Muslim women and helping other South Asian women who have helped me in my journey, and just like not gatekeeping. And then on top of that, you know, talking about growing wealth if you grew up in like a low middle class type of immigrant family, or how to move out in an immigrant family without being married, because I did that. And a lot of these personal experiences were things that I experienced myself, and I'm not in any means perfect. Like, this was just me showing my real life. And I think people started resonating with that because, you know, I'm not saying that I'm an expert. I'm not saying that this is the exact way to do things, but people saw me as kind of like a mirror into their own lives. So in my eyes, it felt like when I was winning and when I was sharing a success, they were also winning too, because they saw themselves in me. And I think now we are in a world where people are tired of just modern influencers being sold something on the internet. They're tired of constantly having to feel like they have to buy something whenever they're online. And I think being vulnerable and personal storytelling is a way to go, not even to like sell something to your audience, but to genuinely connect. And yeah, I think for any person who is striving to be on the internet or post videos, I think it's just really important to put your soul and your heart first so people can connect to that. And I'm just really grateful that I'm in a place where, you know, people see me as an imperfect human being, but they see someone who's very real and they can connect with that. And I just love being like the internet older sister that a lot of people come to now.
So I just want to open up the floor to a couple of questions. If anybody has questions for our panelists, now's the time to do it. I know we're running short on time.
Hi, thank you all for speaking. I started getting misty-eyed like the majority of this talk. But one of my main questions was, when you were starting out, how did you get up to speed on the technical side? So, for example, things like marketing platforms and software, sustainable supply chain, or other financial aspects of your business that can feel like barriers to entry for other people.
Right. Clearly technology issues because I couldn't turn the mic on. I think with AI, my answer would change this. A lot of the way that I think the founder roadmap is that there's no playbook. Like, a lot of it is building and flying the plane, and as you're doing this, that analogy, as the TSA is going through it. But I think the first thing to remember is that there's no playbook. Like, yes, it's really important to have a community of people that are older, that are seasoned, like an advisory that can give you support and give you feedback on what you're making. And I think whatever tech stack you have, those are all skills that now you can understand better with AI, with Googling, with searching. However, the things that you can't replace is like your personal network, your ability to speak, and your ability to basically sell yourself in a room. And I think those are the softer skills that as technology evolves, you will not be able to replace. So it doesn't matter how good your product is. If you can't tell me what you do and what it is in one sentence, you can't sell that to your consumer either. So I think it's important to remember that as these technology tools will evolve, like there are infinite resources that you will have access to. In my work and in the marketing work that we do, there's Creator IQ, there's Archive, there's amazing tools that can make your job easier. But the level of relationships that we have with the creator, like Mahia, like cannot be replaced. And that's like because I DM'd her ages ago, being like, "Hey, girl, I'm doing an event. Come." And brands come to us now to be like, "Who should we be talking to?" And if I'm going to an event, someone will show up because they're friends with me. So I think remembering those soft skills is as critical to the technology stack, but something that you'll very easily have access to. And if not, people are always willing to talk to you, especially if they're mentors or advisors or people that are buying into the vision of what you're selling. I don't know if other people have thoughts.
So I think the technical side, it will come. Like I'm just building my website now. Like I'm just figuring out how to, do all of that. And for a thrift store, it's a little bit more complicated. But I think I would agree with you. I think the soft skills now are probably like the best thing and the thing you should be really focused on. It's like how do you like you need to just like focus on understanding who you're selling to. Like that is the most important thing. Like who is your customer? Who is your community? That is going to take you further along than any other technical skills you think you should have. All of that you can figure out with Google or AI if you use that. And it will come. But also like if you feel like you're blindsided to any of those things or just struggling with it, like it's okay to reach out to other people who have done it, but then again that comes with like relationship building, right? Because you can't just like reach out to somebody that like you've never known or built a relationship with and expect them to kind of give you everything. So build your relationships, and like also just like feel free to reach out to people who've done it to ask you about how to do that. But a lot of the times I promise you Google will give you those answers.
Are there any other Okay, I see a hand over here in the back. Well, I saw the hand in the back go up first, so I'm going to be fair. Purple hijab.
Thank you. So I have a very basic question about capital. Did any of you face any hindrances as far as initial capital is concerned? And if for someone, say for me, all I have is nothing but an idea, how do I start capital wise? Because I don't want to get burdened by loans, but is there any other option?
I can start. So capital is always the hardest part, I think. But only if you overcomplicate it, right? I feel like for me, for example, I come from a low income family, typical, Black Muslim immigrant. So, like when I first started the thrift store project, I had nothing. Like our business, my dad's business was literally in the negatives. And the focus there was just how do we pay rent? And so what I did is I reached out to people I knew, and so surprise, surprise, a lot of them didn't give me what I asked for. Right? I started with family, like everyone tells you to, and then you go to you extend outwardly from there. But then I decided I was like, okay, like let me do a crowdfunding fundraiser, and I did it, and I did it on LaunchGood, and we were able to raise $14,000 to start, and that was a big deal for me, right? I didn't have a social presence. I even went door to door to businesses in Harlem to ask them for money, right? And it was such a hard thing, but it taught me a lot. It taught me about relationship building. It allowed me to meet other business owners that I'm now friends with in Harlem. It did a lot for me. It allowed me to grow my social media presence, and so we were able to get our customers through there, right? Because all of my donors became our customers, right? And so I would say if you have just an idea and you don't have any money, know that you do have community. Like even if you don't have direct family who can give you that money, you have community, and people are going to be willing to support you if they believe in you and if you tell them your story. And so I think crowdfunding is a good way to start. That at least that's how I did it.
Yeah, I think for me, especially, I started my art and design journey at the start of the pandemic without any intention of making it into a business. And when I first bought my iPad and taught myself how to digitally draw, I spent like maybe $300 on an iPad. And that was just me genuinely wanting to do it for myself, just to draw for fun. And then once I started posting on social media and people were starting to want designs and artwork on their walls and clothing, I was like, okay, let me start with one product. And instead of me investing in, multiple quantities of a product without knowing if it's going to sell, I started a system called print on demand, right? So that's essentially where you put your design or your artwork online and a third party manufacturer handles the fulfillment once you get an order in, so it's lower risk. And I would recommend that for any new designer or anyone in the fashion industry, because you don't have to invest so much money and get scammed or whatever the case may be. And I think what you were saying about community, it's just so important to lean on your community, especially when you have like that one liner mission statement that people can believe in. But also just like, when you talk about something so frequently, people also start understanding your message and they will see the passion behind it. So like when I started posting online, it was completely free. It was just me doing it in my bedroom. That was free marketing for me, right? And people started to understand the message. And obviously people now buy my clothing now because they probably like it, but I think people also like supporting the journey. And that's why it's so important, going back to the purpose of storytelling and talking, making videos based on vulnerability and personal storytelling. People like supporting the person. That's why there are so many big influencers now who have millions of followers with no support, monetary wise, because they have no connection to their audience. There's no storytelling, there's no backing. They're this like facade that isn't attainable. So it's really important to lean on your community, but also talk about your message in a way where it's relatable, it's authentic to you, and people can see the vision and people want to support you and also the product on top of that. So in the beginning, just start small, lean on your community, and there's just build a website from scratch instead of hiring someone. Just really take the easy, cheaper route before investing everything into it.
If I could just, sorry. If I could just add one thing, like if you're in New York City, like there's a lot of resources. You can write down like economic assistance centers. There's a ton of them that like will be, will have resources for you guys to access that I've, learned. And some of them might even have no interest loans available if you tell them that you are Muslim. Like that's a space that I'm in right now where I am trying to get loans now, but I'm a Muslim and I really don't want interest. And that's really hard, right, to build as an entrepreneur. But I've come to find that like there are businesses like that exist and like they might have like some workaround around it. So I would look into economic assistance centers across the city, state.
Anyone else? Okay. Did you want to say something? Okay, guys, I'm sorry. We've run out of time. If anyone else has any other questions, feel free to find the panelists around and ask them questions one-on-one. Give a big round of applause to our panelists. All right, amazing information, amazing insight. And this is exactly what the summit is about empowering you guys, teaching you guys, and reminding you guys that we're all the same. And if they can do it, you can do it. Just tap into the power within and trust in Allah.
How are we all feeling? Great. Are we feeling motivated? Ready to start businesses? How many? Okay. Yeah, because next year I want to see some of you on this panel. So I just want to remind us of our norms again. Sound is carrying. So if you're at the vendor table, please just be very mindful about that. I would also ask you to visit the vendor tables during our breaks. But also, if you're at the photo booth, I know we're getting excited, and I love that we're getting excited. And I just want you all to have a good time, but let's just be mindful about the sound, please. Yeah, Nada is gonna introduce our next performance. Excited for this. It's a bit of a break, but also I'll let Nada introduce her.
All right, hi everyone. Please join me in welcoming Dania. Dania is a Syrian, Croatian, American musician and storyteller, blending Arabic and Western influences into cinematic, multilingual music. Dania is inspired by artists like Fairuz, Lana Del Rey, and Billie Holiday. Her work explores identity, love, and cultural memory. She has performed at the Smithsonian and the New York Era Festival and was selected as an artist in residence at the Kimmel Center in Philadelphia through her work. Dania aims to be the representation she longed to see growing up, a visible, expressive Arab and Muslim in the arts. Please.
Hello, everyone. Oh, there we go. Hi, thank you so much for having me. That was so inspirational. I feel like, the music industry is also not the most friendly place for Muslims, especially if you're like outwardly Muslim and if you're like don't want to do gigs during Ramadan, for example. So it was really inspiring to see because in a lot of ways, being a musician is being your own business person and you're the business. So that was just, there's a lot of parallels seen there. I'm sure Maha, I see her nodding along. It's the same thing for poetry for it all. You become your own business. So the way that you present yourself and the way that you're accepted is very similar. We could not get the sound system to work today, so we will be doing this a cappella with no reverb. It's going to be very raw, very, very raw. I'm going to, hold my phone up to the mic. We're going to do our best. This first song, I like to start with intention, right? So the intention here, we've talked about this a lot today, about Palestine, about Congo, about Sudan, and to really think about the Ummah as a whole. So let's keep it in mind. No, that's the wrong song. Y'all, it's been a day. Okay. عصفور, there it is. طل من الشباك وقال لي يا نونو خبيني عندك خبيني دخلك يا نونو خبيني عندك خبيني دخلك يا نونو قلتله انت من وين قال لي من حدود السماء قلتله جاي من وين قال لي من بيت الجيران قلتله خايف من مين قال لي من القفص هربان قلتله ريشتك وين قال لي فرفتها زمان عصفور طل من الشباك وقال لي يا نونو خبيني عندك خبيني دخلك يا نونو آه 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 Thank you. So that song was written to express solidarity for anyone in prison. It's about a bird who like lands on your windowsill and kind of yearns for freedom. In Arabic poetry, especially, there's a lot of bird imagery, and oftentimes it's related to freedom. This next song is a Fairuz song. If anyone here knows Fairuz, I'm assuming at least half of you do. Yeah, there we go. Give a round of applause for Fairuz. Yes, thank you. This song in particular envisions a world in which everyone of every faith can go to Jerusalem al-Quds. And she mentions the churches, she mentions the synagogues, she mentions the mosques, and a world in which she wipes the tears away from the mosque, from everything that everyone's been through. ليشلك يا مدينة الصلاة أصلي لأجلك يا بهية المساكن يا زهرة المدائن يا قدس يا قدس يا قدس يا مدينة الصلاة أصلي عيوننا إليك ترحل كل يوم ترحل كل يوم تدور في أروقة المعابد تعانق الكنائس القديمة وتمسح الحزن عن المساجد يا ليلة الإسراء يا درب من مرو إلى السماء عيوننا إليك ترحل كل يوم وإنني أصلي. Thank you. Um, in my quest to find songs that are going to sound good a cappella, we're going to do something not religious next, and I apologize, but I hope it sounds nice and we just embrace it as a break amongst each other. I think you're going to recognize it though. أهواك وأتمنى لو أنساك وانسى روحي وياك وإن ضاعت يبقى فداك لو تنساني وانساك وتريني بنسى جفاك واشتاق لعذابي معاك ولا دموعي فكرك وارجع تاني في لقاك الدنيا تجيني معاك ورضاها يبقى رضا وساعتها يهون في هواك في هواك طول رماني أهواك وأتمنى لو أنساك وانسى روحي وياك وإن ضاعت يبقى فداك لو تنساني وانساك وتريني بنسى جفاك واشتاق لعذابي معاك ولا دموعي فكرك وارجع تاني في لقاك الدنيا تجيني معاك ورضاها يبقى رضا وساعتها يهون في هواك في هواك طول هرمان. Thank you. Everyone's being so nice and silent. I really appreciate it. I feel like it's so hard when there's only vocals to focus in, and you're doing a great job. Thank you. Yeah, if you're interested, you can follow me at Dania_music_ on all social platforms. There's 2 underscores that trips people up. I'm also going to be performing at BAM next week, along with Meha, who was here earlier. Brooklyn Academy of Music, April 4th. Yes. Period. Okay. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. A few years ago, I remember I was at a similar event and there was a Muslim musician who was talking, and I was asking her, how do you do this? And her advice was to not do it, which I didn't find super helpful. But I understand where she's coming from. It's a tough industry. It's a tough, especially to maintain your internal compass. All that to say, if anyone here is a Muslim interested in music, please feel free to reach out to me on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, and I'm more than happy to talk to you and give hopefully better. That being said, I have one song left for you. Half in Arabic and half in English. It was for my grandmother. At the time, she had dementia. At the time, she had dementia, and she's from Syria, and she was in the States because it was during the war. And at the end of her life, she thought she was back in Syria, and so she's forgotten who she is and where she is, and she thinks she's a kid in Syria. And at that point, I hadn't been back in years because of the war, and I'm starting to forget Syria. So this in Arabic and English kind of plays with what does it mean to forget homeland, and what does that mean about you and your family. نسيت ريحة الياسمين لون السماء لما كنت صغيرة. I don't belong to me, but to stone cities and broken dreams. قالت لي نادي ما في شي مثل ما كان لما كنت صغير. قالت لي نادي ما فيني روح مع شدك روح معي. Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, thank you so much, Dania. Now, I just wanted to introduce our next moderator while we're setting up for our panel. So, just to start off with, our moderator is Faiza Saeed, and Faiza is a community organizer with over a decade of experience in grassroots organization, civic engagement, and community building across her work, New York City and Long Island. As the daughter of Bangladeshi immigrants, her work is rooted in supporting Muslim immigrants and underserved communities through advocacy, organizing, and direct service. She has mobilized thousands of community members through mosques, schools, and grassroots networks, making civic engagement more accessible and meaningful, and has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for both local and global causes. She is the co founder of Long Island Helpers, a mutual aid initiative launched during the COVID-19 pandemic that has provided thousands of families with socially responsive groceries and meals, and continues to support communities across Queens and Long Island. In addition to her organizing work, she helps her family run their restaurants, which actually, guys, the food today for snacks and dinner are from their for restaurant. So thank you, Faiza.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, I know it's like midday. Can you respond again? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm going to moderate a wonderful and very timely panel today with incredible guest speakers and panelists. And I'm very excited that Rana invited me to moderate this because it's an honor to sit with the four individuals that I will be introducing soon. Before I begin, I just want to introduce the panel to you. It's titled Building Collective Power in New York City, Organizing Policy and Community Leadership. I want to thank you all for being here and participating on this day and coming to the Islamic Center of New York. And as we're talking about collective power today for the next 50 minutes or so, I want you all to think about what power means to you. It's a very loaded word. It means a lot of things at the individual level, the professional level, the community level. But I want you to just sit with that word power when these conversations are being had. What does it mean in your own life? What does it mean in the communities you're part of, in the communities you want to be part of? And does it mean to just survive, or does it mean to have real agency and be able to create something on your own? We're living in a time right now that's scary. We're trying to survive a lot of systems that aren't built with people like us in mind, with Muslims, with immigrants, children of immigrants, Muslim women in hijabs, and whether it's ICE, right? Whether it's rising Islamophobia or anti-Palestinian hate, the genocide that we've all had to witness the last 3 years, or families simply being pushed out of their homes. These are affecting us every day. And there are people like our panelists working on this, from the side of organizing to the side of, and on the other side of government. Just moving through this world as women come with challenges, but we are also often the ones that are organizing, whether as mothers, as sisters, in our careers. Do you guys all recognize that? When you think about all the people that get the work done, it's always women, right? Every mosque, like I've been on masjid boards, and it's always the women volunteering. It's always the women that want to be on the boards, but they're not elected, but we're still doing the work on the side, right? Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. It's always us, and I want us to give us ourselves an applause. Okay, yay. Okay. So what we do see is powerful is that all of us in this room, I know we've shown up for each other when it's needed in times that are scary like this, in times when it's beautiful and it seems easy for those moments, right? We're always there for each other. So now I'll just go into who our panelists are because we're running a bit late. We brought together, like I've said, government leaders and those that have been organizing on the ground. And they'll today talk about what it means to get resources to the people who need them. Our leaders in government will talk about how we push for policies that reflect what we need as Muslim women, as immigrants, children of immigrants, as New Yorkers, as Americans, and how we can build that word that I'm asking you to think about, power in our lives and in our communities. The first person I'll introduce is the wonderful council member, Shahana Hanif. We love Shahana. Come. She is the council member of District 39 in Brooklyn. How many of you know of Shahana? Yay. She's a trailblazing public servant. And like I said, she represents District 39 in Brooklyn. She is the first Muslim woman elected to the New York City Council. She has been at the forefront of advancing legislation for communities like us on immigrant rights, language access, gender justice, and community-centered safety. Her leadership reflects a deep commitment to ensuring that policy is shaped by the people that are most impacted by us. So please welcome Councilmember Hanif again. Next, we have Commissioner of New York City's Office of Immigrant Affairs, Faiza Ali. I want you to give her a great big round of applause again because she is the new commissioner under Mayor Mamdani's administration. She leads efforts and will lead efforts to ensure that immigrant